Hi there, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the second day of Leap Summit 2021. Yesterday we had a really productive day with amazing speakers, and right now we're just gonna flow into the second day. I have to mention, dear ladies and gentlemen, that this year's summit is, of course, via live stream. So we are here at the Verne University at the Leap stage. And for all of you who are watching this from your smartphones or laptops, I invite you participate in the summit, comment, like, and share us your favorite moments. Of course, use the hashtag Leap2021. Of course, the official partner for organization of Leap Summit is European Commission. And right now it is the time that we advance and announce our first speaker of the second day. Ladies and gentlemen, although he is the Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering, he has never worked a single day as an engineer. He finds his way in advertising career quite successfully, I might add, winning some pretty important awards like Clio, Eurobest, Cannes Lion, and other. Soon he opens a unique restaurant in Zagreb, which has become important touristic gourmet spot in Zagreb, and it's called Laštruk. If you're from Croatia or from Zagreb, I'm sure you've heard of it. Last year, with his three friends, he founded Hearth, regional agency for social responsible campaigns, and the aim of Hearth is to find the way how capitalism can solve problems that capitalism creates. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the co-founder of Hearth, Chief Creative Director at Imago, and co-founder and chef at Laštruk restaurant. Please give a warm welcome for Mr. Igor Mladinovic.
Hello, everybody. So usually I come on the stage in the name of advertising industry because I spent almost 20 years in advertising. But today I will talk a little about sustainability and how we can create sustainable business and how we can change the world using the big companies and using the capitalism, which is the cause of the problems, to solve the problems. So usually in advertising you sell your creative soul to devils of capitalism, which we politely called clients. And when I talk to people and tell that now we will use those clients to change the world, they usually say, how can ugly companies who create problems can change the world for a better? So I will talk a little about that and a little about the background of this thing. That's why the reason of the presentation is be mainstream, because if you look at the first picture here, we are talking about music band, we're talking about some kind of art, and usually when we talk about creativity, people say that good creatives and good bands are not those with the millions of people listening to it, but those niche ones who pretend to be so good that only few people can understand them. But if you want to make any kind of impact on the world, it's better to look like this. You cannot say that Rolling Stones or Mick Jagger is bullshit. They just changed the world for a better, because they didn't change the quality of the music. They just educated people to lift the level of the quality. So it's the same with if we are talking about Tesla and his influence to the world about electricity, if he would stay on the small creek in Lika, nothing would happen. Maybe he could light the bulb. But if he made it on a big level, then the whole world has the electricity. So being niche is okay for the person, but acting global and be mainstream is very, very good and important for the world. So pretty same thing is about fighting for a better world in ecology and some kind of social responsible project, because if you look at the Greenpeace or all these people fighting against the big corporation, you can grab some attention, but you cannot really change the thing. So, for example, this is Cannes Advertising Festival. So, at that specific moment, all the money from the world is placed in that palace. When I say all the money in the world, so all presidents, owners, directors from all companies in the world are there. So, for example, if earthquake or something happens there, the whole economy we know is collapsed. So, this is the place where you can actually change the world. For example, if we are talking about, I don't know, gay people rights, if we are talking about women rights, if we are talking about media, anything, everything is happening there. Because when big brands start to make the change, then the change affects the world. I mean, this is something that people who want to make the change, they despise this, because it's like elite thing. But if you want to make a change, you have to use the energy of those people and make them play your way. This is much smarter way than try to be somewhere off stream and be very small and be good, but don't do any change in the world. So if we are talking about big changes, then you have to think how use the big power and use it smartly. That's why I think the mainstream is very okay. On my way here, walking down the street, I saw the poster which says street fashion exhibition. One artist creates clothes and fashion from the things from the garbage she found on the street. And it's done in the Croatian Blind People Society. So it's very paradoxical because nobody will see it. And it's very symbolic. For example, if Diesel or, I don't know, Levi's or some big brand would do that, it will make the change immediately. So that's the importance of the mainstream brands. As I said, I'm 20 years in advertising, but since last year, November, we founded a non-profit agency with the aim to create social responsible and the projects which will change the world using capitalism to heal the problems that capitalism caused. So first, and probably the best example of our work, I will show the video later, is to plant the trees to make a reforestation of the burned areas. So we could do this and chain ourselves on the tree and pretending to be very, very cool and very powerful, but nothing will change. We didn't do that. We do something completely different. So actually, it became the biggest afforestation project in the Europe ever, and actually it was awarded on some creative festivals as well. But uh, more important is that it really made a change. It has more than 7,000 volunteers, and it became very mainstream. That's why it made a change, because even before that there were many of projects planting trees, but this became the really huge one. And something similar to that, but on some level completely different, is our next project, which we are doing, of course, in a cooperation with the big brands. It's called Compensating by Planting, because carbon footprint and carbon problem in the world is the biggest problem now. And each company which thinks to have a future will have to deal with the carbon footprint very soon. So what we do, we calculate the emission of the CO2, we recalculate it in the number of trees, and we give the opportunity to companies to compensate that footprint by planting the trees. And I can say I'm almost 20 years in advertising, but I never had so great response from the big companies on one project as we have for this one. So without their money and without their power to do something, we could plant 100 trees. Now we will definitely plant 100,000 trees, because it's a smart way to take their money and to make it a good thing. So we had a press conference about the project, which was very hugely covered in the media, and it became very popular these days. And actually now we have more clients than we can plant the trees this year. So it will go on, and it's at least 10 years project, but it started very well. So for the end, what I wanted to say is, don't get me wrong, don't follow the mainstream. This is the most stupid thing, but become mainstream. Do something really good, and don't be afraid to become a mainstream. You know, those punk bands who suddenly have 10,000 people on a concert are perceived as they lost their soul and they are not that good. Maybe they're really good, but they educated the audience, and that's the really good thing. Maybe to finish with what Picasso said, that his mother told him, if you're gonna be a priest, then become a pope. If you're gonna be a soldier, then become a general. And he said, I decided to be a painter, and I became Picasso. So that's how you should do things. And if you ever will work for the big company, you should know that you have a power to change something. Thank you.
Hi, everybody watching us on your smartphones or your laptops. I have to mention it is a quite optimistic atmosphere here at the Verne University in Zagreb today. We are now packed at Leap Stage with full of course, ideas and speakers. But right now we will announce the next one. So, ladies and gentlemen, she has the Master's Science degree in Applied Physics and Electrical Engineering. She joined the European Commission in 2003 following industrial experience in the management of ICT service development in international companies that include Infonet, AT&T, Unisource, and Capgemini. Ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Head of Unit Digital Innovation and Blockchain from European Commission, we have Ms. Helen Koopman.
Hi, I'm Helene Schaapman from the European Commission in Brussels, working with digital innovation and blockchain. And I'm delighted to have this opportunity to talk to you about EU actions to help Europe make the most of the digital transition and to seize the opportunities of the post-COVID world. The challenges are great. The COVID crisis has been dramatic for the fragile parts of our population, for our health care system, and also for our economy. It has destabilized many companies that were not ready to operate in a digitized way, and the consequences are visible. Small and medium-sized businesses are particularly vulnerable, and they represent the backbone of European economy and a vital part of Europe's social fabric. So we see highly digitized business actually faring better. Digital technologies have enabled business flexibility and resilience, but the digitization of SMEs is much slower than for large enterprises. So we must help participate of SMEs in the digital transformation and also do so at scale across the EU. And to build back better from the crisis, we have asked member states to allocate at least 20% of the budget from the Recovery and Resilience Fund to digital. This presents a singular opportunity to transform the whole of Europe, not only the richest regions, into an advanced digital economy. We need to invest in the digital technologies that will underpin our autonomy and our industrial future in a sustainable way. And now we can do so thanks to the Recovery Fund. And member states are currently submitting their plans as we speak. Our industrial processes are generating a huge value of industrial data. Our ability to exploit this data is at the core of our future recovery. Such capabilities will drive our use of artificial intelligence. However, we also need to redesign our production processes and make them more green and sustainable. Here, blockchain technologies has a key role to play, along with other tech, such as Internet of Things and data analytics, robotics. A powerful new technology, such as artificial intelligence, needs to be deployed in a way that is aligned with European values. And we are now taking action to ensure this is the case. In April 2021, the European Commission delivered its proposal for binding rules for artificial intelligence, which is a world first. With these rules, we want to turn EU into a global hub for trustworthy artificial intelligence, guaranteeing the safety and the fundamental rights of Europeans. Blockchain innovation is also of strategic importance in our data economy and as an enabler of the more distributed economy 4.0. It is a trust technology that can track the provenance of supplies and tomorrow also their carbon footprint. It is a payment technology. Blockchain and smart contracts underpins the programmability of money for transactions between autonomous machines. And as a disintermediation technology, blockchain can support peer-to-peer trading models without a middleman. Here, the blockchain startups fare overall well in Europe. Europe has attracted almost 25% of all global capital spent on blockchain innovation. However, having startups alone is not enough. To achieve strategic autonomy in blockchain technologies, we must scale up innovation and federate our dispersed ecosystem so that they don't work in isolation. So corporate can also play a role here with the uptake of blockchain from startups. The public sector can also be leveraged, and we are doing so at the European Commission together with the member states in the European Blockchain Partnership. This can work as an accelerator of blockchain innovation and financial support also scale-ups to close the funding gap for risk capital. Finally, for the digital innovation transformation, we also have a very important initiative coming up through the new Digital Europe program. It's the digital innovation hubs. These are there to ensure that any company in Europe, whatever its size and sector, can access the resources and technology it needs. All companies should have the processing capabilities and digital skills to easily use the data they generate to innovate their products and services. To spread such digital capabilities, we are dramatically scaling up the role out of the digital innovation hubs as part of the new Digital Europe program. These hubs support businesses as they transform themselves digitally. Our goal is to deliver networking reaching all companies in Europe. This will require joining up investments from regional, national, and European levels. It's only through close collaboration that we can reach out to all the regions in Europe. This way, even the smallest SME in the remotest places in Europe can experience advantages, sharing knowledge from the best experts across Europe, get access to the single market, and to connect to local and pan-European ecosystem that will enable them to interact in the value chains. Our support to the hubs is quite substantial. We plan to launch more than 200 European digital innovation hubs in the coming 2 years. They will be geographically spread all over Europe to form a huge network where hubs can learn from each other and make use of each other's knowledge and facilities. This network will also support public administrations. A digitalized economy, a society starts with advanced public services in all areas, and we have seen that in the last year, how important it is for public services to be digitalized, to connect to citizens. The work of the European Digital Innovation Hubs will be in synergy with other networks, such as the high-performing computing and cybersecurity centers, artificial intelligence testing and experimentation facilities. Startup Europe and the Enterprise Europe network will, together with the European Digital Innovation Hub, form a seamless network, a one-stop shop for SMEs and startups to connect to each other. The vision is an EU which is at the forefront of digital, where every citizen is digitally literate, where every company can access the technology it needs, wherever they're located, and that digital technology helps deliver the world's best public services. In addition to digital capacities being rolled out to SMEs and helping industry transform, we also need to work on a policy level in terms of improving the framework conditions for our startups to grow across Europe. They're a vital and thriving part of Europe's SME community. With their high growth potential, tech-driven focus, and international ambition, startups are key to Europe's future. They're purpose-driven and inventive, and they will also be essential for the green and digital transitions. So startups are also very vital partners to SMEs in the digital transformation as a supplier of new technology and innovation in general. However, to fulfill their potential, and especially their potential to rapidly grow and scale up, startups need more favorable conditions across the entire EU. And such conditions are key to ensuring that we meet the goal of the EU that has set itself the goal of doubling the number of EU-created unicorns by 2030 at the end of this digital decade. Here, member states have a vital role to play, given their considerable scope for targeted action at a national level. So in light of this, in March this year, the Commission and the Portuguese presidency of the European Council launched the EU Startup Nation Standard. This is a key policy initiative to support member states in sharing and implementing best practices for startups to grow. In consultation with member states and startup stakeholders, we identified best practices in 8 areas, such as setting up a company, getting access to finance, accessing talent and retain talent in the way you can propose, for example, stock options to employees. All these practices in the Startup Nation standards are already successfully implemented in one or more EU member states and in leading startup nations such as the US, Singapore, and Israel. They have shown clear results, but these good practices are still the exception across the whole EU. The idea behind the EU Startup Nation Standard is to make them a general rule. The good news is that we have secured excellent and wide political support with ministers from 25 EU member states that already committed to their country's effort in this initiative. So together we, Commission and the member state, can take concrete action to achieve our common goal of transforming the EU into a scale-up continent. This is the Europe we want to build. We want to support European industry, big and small, so that it's digitally transformed across all its member states. We want startups and SMEs to be a key driver, a solution to the current problems, and that in cooperation with big and larger industry. This will deliver a more resilient and more competitive, more inventive European ecosystem that will benefit us all. The EU will build back better, and we can succeed if you join us in this path. With this, I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a joyful and enjoyable LEAP Summit.
Hi again, ladies and gentlemen, from the LEAP stage. As we are moving on through today's schedule, we will announce our next speaker. But first, of course, it's important to remind you what the LEAP Summit stands for. It is a platform for change makers. It is to learn, to engage, to act, and of course, to progress. And with our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, the policy officer from the European Commission. With several like-minded people, he's building the digital skills and jobs platform that should become the home of digital skills in Europe. His current work has one ultimate objective: to bridge the digital skills gap in Europe. He has also a broad experience in community management and communication. He studied political science at the Charles University in Prague, did Erasmus in Paris, and worked also as a reporter in Czech TV news channel. Well, as the reporter in News TV from Czech Republic would do it, we will announce our next speaker. Dámy a pánové, dobrý den a vítáme tady pana Jakub Kajtman.
Hello everyone, my name is Jakub Kajtman and I work in the European Commission in DG Connect. That is the department of the European Commission that deals with everything digital. And today I want to talk about digital skills. But first of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to the LEAP Summit, and I hope you are having a great time. You're hearing many inspirational speakers, and I hope that we will have some interesting talk also today. But let me start with the question. Do you have digital skills? And how many of you? Is it 75%? Or is it 90%? I mean, we are at a tech conference, right? You are entrepreneurs, innovators, you build apps, you build programs. So I guess you all know all the basic and also the advanced digital skills. But maybe let's have a look at the question from a slightly different perspective. How many people in general population have digital skills? Is it 90%? Is it 75%? Actually, it's not. In Europe, it's not even 60%. The recent data shows that only 58% of Europeans have basic digital skills. Is it a lot or it's not? Well, we think that it's not too much. If we turn it the other way around, we can also say that 42% of Europeans don't have digital skills. And we are in a situation with the pandemic that big parts of our lives have moved online. We shop online, we learn online, we work online, we find our partners online, we even go to entertainment or see entertainment, enjoy entertainment online. And if we say that 42% of Europeans don't have the basic digital skills, we are basically saying that these 42% of Europeans cannot participate in this online world. Because these people have difficulties to send emails. They don't know how to use spreadsheets or how to use text documents. They don't know how to use government services online. They don't know how to find entertainment, how to enter their mobile banking. And of course, they might also have troubles figuring out how to stay in touch with their friends and families online. And so this huge proportion of Europeans, 42%, are left out. They are left out from the digital economy, digital society, and in situations like we have now, they are basically left out of the whole system. And we think that this is not really right. We think that this is not European, this is not fair, And we believe that we need to do something about this because, in our view, every person has the right to take part of the digital society. We are not forcing anyone, but if he or she wants to enjoy these digital technologies and to be part of that, they should be able to do it. And we need to equip them with the skills and we need to equip them with the competencies. But of course, it's a heavy job for just one organization or one company or one institution. And so that's why I want to show you today what the EU is doing and how you can contribute to it and how you can contribute to change it slowly so that we have more people who are these digitally skilled and who are able to use these services. Now, as policymakers in Brussels, we very much like to have, strategies and targets. So bear with me a bit. It won't be too boring, I promise, but we have set out recently an objective or two objectives that are for us key when we talk about digital skills in Europe. These objectives were set out in a strategic document that we call Digital Decade. And there we want to achieve these two objectives by 2030. The first one is to have at least 80% of Europeans with basic digital skills. Don't forget, we are now at 58, we want 80. Second objective goes beyond the basic digital skills and looks more on the digital expertise. And there we would like to have 20 million ICT specialists employed in Europe by 2030. At this stage, we are around 8 or 9 million. So you see how much we need to progress in order to reach these targets. And of course, as I said, it's not an easy task and we are definitely not able, to do it alone. So my job today is basically to get you a little bit excited, to get you interested in this and get you on board, because basically we need, everyone who has fresh ideas, everyone who has something innovative, how to teach people, how to educate them, how to show them how the digital technologies work, and to bring them to this digital society that currently is, there is still a big gap. And I know that there are many bright minds among those of you who are watching. You are entrepreneurs, or you will be entrepreneurs, you will be innovators, you will bringing new, fresh ideas to the market. And some of you might be working in what we call the EdTech sector, or in the upskilling sector, helping people to upskill and to learn. So here's the challenge from Brussels to you. Help us to upskill European population, help us to create the talent and the expertise that we need to succeed in the digital world. Now, we have tools, we have networks, we also have some money, but we need you, the people, to help us. And as the President of the European Commission said, we must now make this Europe's digital decade so that all citizens and businesses have access to the very best digital world can offer. And so if you agree with this, follow me, follow us, and let's see how you can contribute and what you can do and what we offer from the EU. And let's start with the first target. Let's start with the first step. These are the basic digital skills. So the basic digital skills are really about you, about your friends, about your family, about your neighborhood, about your parents. And it's really to help all of these to use the digital technologies in the best way possible. It's about helping them to understand how to use mobile banking, e-government, how to use software, basic apps, how to manage basic websites. And it's also a lot about digital literacy, because nowadays it's important not only to understand what is going on the screen, but you also need to understand what is going on a little bit behind the screen, where the data is sent, how to protect yourself against cyber threats or against phishing or some other, difficult situations that you can encounter online. And we in the European Commission, we support several activities and we have several programs where we actually help people to improve their basic digital skills. So the first of them, and this starts really at the low age, is called EU Code Week. So it's a grassroots initiative of volunteers and coding enthusiasts that aims to bring coding and computational thinking to everyone in Europe in a very light and funny way. And we target especially schools and kids from, let's say, 6 to 15 years old, because we believe that in schools, that's where equally everyone can learn the basics and can start to understand how digital technologies work. So we work a lot with teachers, and we provide resources, we provide guidance, we provide help. But really, the success of this initiative is based on the active involvement of teachers, ambassadors, and the coding enthusiasts who organize every year activities, workshops for their kids to show them coding and computational thinking in a really light way. There are some activities that are what we call even unplugged. So you don't need computers or phones, and you can still improve the computational thinking. Last year, we had over 3.6 million participants in Code Week, and there are over 72,000 activities every year in Europe. The Code Week is taking place in October, so if you have an idea how you could contribute, if you can organize a workshop or an activity in your city, in your town, in your village, in your community, just go there, register these activities. Another way how we want to improve the kind of basic digital skills is through a program that is called Digital Opportunity Traineeships. These traineeships give young people a chance to gain the first working experience in the tech sector. And this is mainly now a message for you, of those of you who already have, a startup or who are thinking about setting it up and who need to bring more people in, but who cannot immediately afford to hire them. If you sign up for the Digital Opportunity Traineeship program under Erasmus+, then you will be able to get trainees for 6 months or 9 months, up to you to see, who will work with you and who will get paid from the Erasmus+ program. Their opportunity is really to, experience this world of tech and this world of startups. And for you, it's a chance to get fresh ideas, to get, motivated people, talented people to work in your company. And maybe after the traineeship, you will figure out that you have established a good relationship and you can then keep them as normal employees. So definitely, if you are looking for this kind of opportunity for you to help young people to upskill and at the same time to get this first working experience, please visit the Digital Opportunity Traineeships profiles on the European Commission website, and you will be able to learn more and eventually get the trainees. And if you are, of course, students, I very much welcome you to participate and to find your opportunity and go and gain this experience. Another strategy or another activity that we do is what we call the Digital Education Action Plan, which is a kind of a strategy that wants to create a high quality, inclusive and accessible digital education in Europe. And it's built on 2 pillars. The first one is to foster the development of high performing digital education system and providing the tools to the teachers and schools to create that system. And secondly, to enhance digital skills and competencies that are necessary for the digital transformation. That's more of a kind of strategic approach. And then last year, because of the pandemic, the EU launched a program or a scheme that has never been launched before. It's called the Recovery and Resilience Facility. It's over 700 billion euros budget. It's a huge program that will finance the recovery and resilience of Europe. And part of it, concretely 20%, need to be invested in digital. And of course, we see how the member states are preparing their recovery and resilience plans, that they also include actions on digital skills. So keep your eyes open, because there will be many opportunities how to get involved in this one, either to get some funding for your project or to be involved in training or learning activities. And the range of activities is pretty wide. It will of course start with schools and with the reform of curricula, but will continue to retraining the workforce or creating new master programs or study programs at schools, at universities. So really, if you are into being involved in education and in training, this is the right project or the right initiative to look at. Now let's talk about the second big objective, which, as I said, is 20 million ICT specialists in Europe by 2030. As our lives depend more and more on advanced digital technologies, we need experts who can not only manage these technologies, but who can also design and protect them. We need specialists who can build and manage supercomputers that will help to predict weather forecasts, for example. We need engineers who can design world-class microchips and have them produced in Europe. We need cloud experts who can advise smaller companies, SMEs, and the startups how to use this shared storage and how to go through the digital transformation. And we need, for example, artificial intelligence experts to come up with applications that will protect the environment or help to better manage traffic or just to drive innovation. I mean, there are thousands of examples. But the challenge is that these experts won't just come or appear overnight because some people took a MOOC. I mean, there needs to be a high quality education and high quality programs to actually raise these experts and bring them up. So it's a lot of focus on universities, on incubators, and on digital innovation hubs, for instance, where these experts can actually go learn how to use these technologies, gain this experience, and then bring this experience and these skills back to the community and to the economy. And for this, we have also some programs. So I would start with the first one, which is called the Digital Europe program, which is dedicated 580 million euros to actually support advanced digital skills, either via crash courses in companies where companies can upskill their employees, or more importantly, through the design and delivery of new master programs in disciplines such as cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, or high performance computing. Now, the idea is really to develop new excellent programs that young motivated people like you can take and after 2-3 years, become the digital experts that we will need to go for the digital transformation. And this will address a huge problem because the EU today is experiencing a structural shortage of digital experts. Just one example. When you look at big data and the data experts, now the recent study shows that we are missing 500,000 big data experts, and when you look, for example, at the cybersecurity, the gap is around 300,000 cybersecurity experts. These are huge numbers. And of course, this hampers the digital transformation of our economy and society because businesses just, don't have the expertise to go through the digital transformation. And so it's slowing down. And so we need to invest and join forces to, after the pandemic especially, to really go through this transformation and to be ready and to be skilled. Now, all the organizations, institutions, and companies that take action in Europe to improve digital skills are more than welcome to join what we call the Digital Skills and Jobs Coalition. So that's a partnership that tackles the digital skills gap. It brings together governments, organizations, institutions, and companies. And basically anyone can participate. Of course, you need to take actions. You need to pledge actions to upskill your employees or to upskill people, workers in your suppliers of companies that supply you, or that you upskill people in your community. There are a couple of focus areas on labor skills and on unemployed people and on education. If you take an action and if your company is active in this field, please sign up, please let us know and get involved, because that partnership is really a community and a network where we learn from each other, where we support each other, and this is what is at the end bringing the change to Europe. Now I understand that it might be pretty challenging to navigate through all the programs and through all the initiatives that the EU is taking, and there are more, of course. And that's why on the 20th of May, we will be launching a place initiative where everything will be displayed in one place. It's a one-stop shop. It's called Digital Skills and Jobs Platform, and we call it a home of digital skills in Europe. And it will basically be a website where everyone interested in digital skills will find what he or she wants, what he or she is looking for. So, are you a student? The platform will show you the learning opportunities that are relevant for you, that are either in your area or in your language or for your level of digital skills. Are you an entrepreneur or a startup owner? Now we show you how to upskill your employees and how to help them to get better trained and how to find the training opportunities. Are you a university? We will help you to design a new course in advanced digital skills, in advanced digital technologies, and we will connect you with other universities so you can exchange better the practices. And if you want to understand how the EU works and what the EU does or what the other countries does, again, the platform will navigate you through to the right initiatives and to the right projects. And of course, something that probably many of you are interested in, it will also offer information about funding. So if you manage a coding bootcamp or if you are developing an online course in artificial intelligence, you might find funding opportunities on the platform, mainly from the EU and from, for example, Erasmus Plus or Digital Europe program, but we are also listing the funding opportunities from others. So really, if you want to be in touch and if you want to be updated in the area of digital skills, I very much invite you on the 20th of May, visit the Digital Skills and Jobs platform, get registered and get on board. Because apart from the content, the platform will also offer a community where you can network, you will be able to find partners, exchange good practices, or discuss trends and data. And that might be very useful for you for any activity that you are doing, either as a startup, either as a research center, either just because you are interested in the topic of digital skills. So that will be really a key tool, the community where you will be able to go and really become the part of the digital skills and jobs community. Because the platform itself, it will be just a tool. And, all the projects that I've talked about, these are initiatives that started small and then are now growing big or grew big, such as Code Week. But this success is built upon people, active people, young, motivated people who want to go forward, who want to take the extra action to help the society and help the economy. So we really count on you. We count on your active participation, and we really want to hear your fresh ideas. We want to hear your feedback. So let us know. Go to the platform, bring your ideas, share them with the community, and help to improve digital skills in Europe. Because when we leave this pandemic, and when this pandemic is behind us, what we want to ensure is that Europe is equipped with digital skills for a more digital future. And this future is not in our hands in Brussels, but it's in your hands in Zagreb, in Ljubljana, in Vienna, in Paris, in Lisbon, in Porto, everywhere in Europe. So I hope we'll meet at the platform, and I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very inspirational and also a little bit of fun during the LEAP Summit. Thank you very much.
Hello again, dear ladies and gentlemen who are viewing this live stream from your laptops or smartphones. I have to mention one more time, please be sure to share your favorite moments on social media accounts and follow the official social media accounts from Leap using the hashtag Leap2021. It is time to announce our next speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, a successful startup entrepreneur based in Zagreb. He is the co-founder and CEO at Photomath, one of the most popular educational apps in the world, with more than 220 million downloads. He was the founder and CEO of Iskon, the first private internet service provider in Croatia. Building new, exciting products based on new technologies is something that he enjoys the most. Ladies and gentlemen, the founder and CEO at Photomath, here is Mr. Damir Sabol.
Hello everyone, my name is Damir. I am the founder and CEO of Photomath. Photomath is number one education app, number one math learning app in the world, and I will tell you more about how we actually got to this place. So I'm an engineer. I have a degree in electrical engineering and computer science from FAIR in Zagreb, Croatia. And actually people still know me for my first company. It's called Iskon. I founded it immediately after getting my degree. Then there was a second company I founded. It's called Microblink. Microblink is a company that is actually still very active, and I'm not operationally involved. But in Microblink, we were developing technology that can read text using mobile camera. And after Microblink, I founded Photomath. It was actually using Microblink's technology to read math problems, solve math problems, and explain math problems. So company today is based in Zagreb, Croatia, and San Mateo, California. Has 90 employees in Zagreb and 15 employees in San Mateo. Zagreb is more technical development and content development, and San Mateo is product, marketing, growth. We have venture capital investors. So started with Cherubic and Learn Capital, then Goodwater, GSV Ventures, and latest was Menlo Ventures. So we raised Series B funding of $23 million recently. It was led by Menlo Ventures. We will use it to invest into new technology, hire new talent, and expand internationally. So how it all started. This story started in 2013 when I was checking my son's homework. It was, full worksheet of problems, and I had to calculate every one of them. And then, as a lazy engineer, I thought maybe there is another way actually to do it. As we were developing technology to read text using mobile camera, I thought maybe we can read math problems and solve math problems, and then later maybe explain math problems. So we created, this is an early idea mock-up of a product. It was still built on a Windows Phone. So you can see actually application today is very similar to it. But then we built this prototype. Actually it was full application, early version. It wasn't really good product, but it worked. It was very attractive. And we launched it as finalist at TechCrunch Disrupt in London 2014. We didn't know what will happen, but we prepared good video that is explaining what is our product. We prepared like nice photos and prepared to actually have like 10-minute spike, like it is called TechCrunch effect. 10-minute spike or 15-minute spike on our website. And here is the first video that actually we prepared for Photomath. So based on this video and TechCrunch effect, we got actually big global exposure, and media like all over the world wrote about Photomet, and how great it is, like how everybody wish they had this in high school. We were even featured on the Ellen DeGeneres show. And what happened with our app and with our downloads? So with in like 3 days we reached something like more than 1.8 million downloads. We were like before launching the app, we were like saying like what will be total number of downloads we will have during the app's lifetime. We thought like 50,000, 100,000. Actually, it turned out that on the second day we had 100,000 of downloads, and on the third day we had 1.7 million downloads. Today we are at 220 plus million downloads, which was based only on organic growth and word of mouth spread of product. We didn't like buy users or spend for marketing. It was based purely on product recommendation and expansion. Photomet is today even becoming a verb on social media. You can photomet it. This is actually how we are continuing our continuous growth. So what is the product here? Not to explain too much, I will show you a video that is actually showing some main features of Photomet. So these are main features of Photomet. So you can take a picture of a math problem. It will solve it immediately for you, but it will also explain you in detail what you need to do to solve this problem. So we started with formula scanning, but later we actually developed another technology that can be used with textbooks. And here it is how it works. So you can just take a picture of like popular textbook, and this technology will understand which textbook you are looking at, which page and which problem. Here is how it works. So it is quite a magical technology that can really understand what user is looking at and add like we call it like Shazam for textbooks, and it is actually from very simple user interface. It can provide very useful content to our users. We also have a math expert marketplace, so we have more than 3,000 math experts around the world who are actually creating this content, very useful learning content for us. New thing that we are now developing is called animated tutorials, and this is software generated learning content. This is future for us. We see it as something really, really valuable to students. And here is an example how it works. So you can take a picture of a math problem, and then we are using, this is software generated, fully software generated content that will generate video explanation of how you can actually solve math problem, but not only like solve math problem. You can actually understand why this is actually what it is, and how, like why is 2 to the power of 3 and to the power of 4 actually to the 2 to the power of 12. So it is using visual aids because most of learners are visual learners, and you can really deepen your understanding when using this technology. So we think it's a very exciting technology, and it is actually bring a lot of value to our users all around the world. So how do we do this, and how did we get here where we are? So we are more actually a technology company, a software company. So we built proprietary artificial intelligence models to understand math problems and also some other types of problems. So we trained our machine learning models on like the biggest, largest data set of global math studying. We have proprietary math expert system to generate learning content using software. So it is high quality content, but it is generated using software. Then, animated tutorials. It's actually technology, like to build it. We built some like system similar to systems that are used to build games. Content experts are using our visual tools to build great learning content. Our market is big, and we are addressing a big pain point in a big market. There is 1 billion students globally studying math in our age range, so from like middle school to college. And global online tutoring market is very big. It was like more than $100 billion, but it will grow by $130 billion in the next 4 years. So it is like really big market and really big need in the market. So monetization, when we started, we didn't like understand, like, can we actually monetize this? Even investors were not sure several years ago, but today it is quite clear that actually good product and good technology can be monetized. We are using a freemium business model, and substantial functionality is free, but then part of the functionality that is premium we are monetizing through subscription model. And this is actually working well, and we can then invest more into research and development. So what are our mission and our goals? What are we trying to build here? So our long-term goal is to have Photomath on every student's smartphone, to be essential app for students all over the world. And what are we actually developing here? We are developing a digital tutor that is always accessible and readily available. And this is achieved by automatic generation of superior learning content. So we started by solving math problems, but actually are building camera-based interface to learning powered by software and artificial intelligence technologies. And for the end, like this is, I want to show you a video that we built actually 3 years ago, and that is explaining to our employees what are we trying to achieve. So this is still not here, like we didn't build it, we want to build it. We think it can be built in I don't know, maybe 3, 4, 5 years, but we are very excited with this possibilities that we actually are building here.
Photomath, what is this?
This is a quadratic equation.
What is a quadratic equation?
A quadratic equation is an equation with the variable x squared.
How do I solve this problem?
It can be solved by applying the quadratic formula.
Is this correct?
Congratulations! Your solution is correct. Would you like to graph this equation, practice similar SAT problems, or connect to a live tutor?
Graph, please.
The solutions -3 and 1/2 are where the quadratic function crosses the x-axis.
So this is Photomath. This is what we built, and this is how we got to number one actually place in the world in math learning apps. And while we are very proud what we have built, we think there is a lot we can do, and it is very exciting to actually see what we can achieve in the next several years. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody from here from the Leap stage. Right now we are moving on to our next speaker, and I believe I am sensing who it is. And speaking about sensing, it is a quite an interesting job this person does. He spent 20 plus years working in the field of environmental and ocean modeling, weather risk management, and remote sensing. He has a degree in mechanical engineering and Master of Science degree from University of Liège, a PhD in oceanography, and a management degree. Ladies and gentlemen, the gardener of ideas for cool space science and applications, we are proud to announce and welcoming here to Leap stage, Mr. Pierre-Philippe Mathieu.
Hi Pierre-Philippe, you are working at the European Space Agency, within the Fire Lab on Earth Observation and Open Innovation. Can you tell us a bit more about your work?
My passion is to bring together the power of high-tech and people and their ideas to address global environmental challenges that we face on our planet, such as climate change. So I have now the unique opportunity to lead a small team of researchers at ESA to explore how to use new digital technologies such as artificial intelligence to make the most of the big data coming from our satellite. My team is based within the beautiful Lab at Esren in Italy. This lab was recently set up by our director to embrace the new trends in new space that we call Space 4.0. So in the Lab, we try to connect new ideas, new technologies with talent, data, and capacity in order to address challenging problems and create innovative EO-based solutions. We develop use cases, capacity, and open tools, and try to put them in the hands of the one making science and decision. We also operate as an open space, where we invite students, researchers, makers, innovators to work together with us, because we deeply believe that innovation can only be achieved through collaboration. That's why we are building so many partnerships with new players in the digital and computing world, but also organizations such as UNICEF and the World Food Programme, to help address real-world problems such as food security and natural resource management. So if you're interested to join us in this effort, please let me know so that we can together explore how we could collaborate.
What is your current research focus?
Today, my team is focusing on exploring the impact of so-called disruptive or transformative technologies that could change significantly the way we do things in the Earth observation sectors. Techniques such as AI, blockchain, VR, cloud, and quantum computing. But our main focus for the moment is on machine learning. The idea is to develop new AI capabilities and knowledge for Earth observation that we can then mainstream into more traditional practices of the space sector. However, I want to stress that all these technologies are just tools, sometimes very powerful, but still tools in the toolbox to address our real focus, which is and remains our planet. In fact, with these new techniques, we try to better understand how our planet is changing, and in particular our climate, and how it's impacted by human activities. Here, the global observation that we take from space on our ocean, atmosphere, land, and biosphere are essential to measure this complex Earth system, so that we can better quantify what is changing on our planet and better predict its evolution. As such, the Earth observation data really provides users with the foundation to make informed decisions and guide us hopefully in a more sustainable future by better understanding in which parameter space we can operate safely.
So what is happening in Europe, in Earth observation?
Over the last decades, Europe has achieved considerable leadership in Earth observation, in particular through the development of the Copernicus initiative in partnership with the European Commission and member states. With the help of industry, Europe has developed one of the strongest Earth observation capability in the world, based on a family of sentinels and related national and third-party missions. Such system provides the backbone for global monitoring of our planet on an operational and sustained basis, meaning that you will get observation of many health parameters of the Earth, a 10-meter resolution type, every week for the next decades, and all this with a free and open data policy. This monitoring system is really unique in the world and is also complemented with other interesting capabilities. For example, meteorological mission developed to improve weather forecast in partnership with EUMETSAT, but also research mission addressing specific scientific questions related to the Earth system, such as the Cryosat mission to measure ice dynamics in the polar regions, and the SMOS mission to measure soil moisture and salinity. Also, since a few years, we witness the rapid emergence of constellation of smallsat driven by the private sectors, with companies such as Planet and Spire, which provide daily monitoring at high resolution. So all these new missions give us a unique ability to see our planet as we've never seen it before, with high sampling in space and time, and all of that at the global scale. This also leads to new challenges for scientists and data providers to make sense of this enormous amount of data, but also at the same time new opportunities for business to develop the new generation of information services.
So which challenge do you see for Earth observation?
One of our challenges now is to make sense of these petabytes of data that are routinely delivered by satellites and put them in the context of other data collected on Earth through, for example, ground infrastructure, connected sensors, and also open data on the internet and social media. So the focus here is really moving on extracting the relevant information and intelligence from this big data. Looking by eye is no more an option. There is just too much data of too many different types. Just the Sentinel alone already delivers terabytes of data per day, every day, and it would take several hundred years for human operators to look at what is being done from the satellite. So we need machines to do that job. And that's where AI comes into the equation. It's really a powerful tool providing a new, automatic, and scalable way to do the job. AI and Earth observation are really a match made in heaven.
What is artificial intelligence? And why is artificial intelligence so important for Earth observation?
AI is in fact not a new technique. It was already around in the 60s. But today it's going through a massive renaissance. This rise of AI has been driven by a convergence of several factors, including faster and specialized hardware and computing, such as GPU, improved machine learning algorithm, bigger investment in the domain, and very importantly, access to more and more data, in particular annotated data. So today AI is routinely used in everyday life without us even noticing about it, in applications ranging from recommendation engine, translation services, face recognition, digital assistant, and self-driving cars. The power of AI lies in its ability to effectively approximate unknown functions and to find quickly patterns in multivariate data. AI can easily connect the dots in multiple dimensions. In particular, we're interested in a branch of AI called computer vision, which has dramatically progressed over the last decade, following a series of seminal papers. And it turns out that the techniques of computer vision can be applied to Earth observation, but even more powerfully as we have more spectral bands. So we can automatically classify images and find patterns. So we are now becoming good at perceiving data and see what's inside the pixel, and we now need to transform our perception into decision. We also need to be aware of the limits of AI, which often remains a black box. This prevents the big uptake of AI for decision in our business. We therefore work with domain experts to properly interpret the data and also bring physics back into the statistics.
What are possible applications for artificial intelligence for Earth observation?
In the lab, we are looking at a wide variety of applications. The main application is automatic classification problem of Earth observation images using computer vision. For example, we are working on a food security use case in Malawi with the World Food Programme and UNICEF. We use drone data on crop from the field in Africa, train a machine learning on it, and then transfer the learning to Sentinel-2 to scale up. We are also looking at how to use the data from multiple sensors to fuse them together, trying to build a kind of comprehensive picture of the Earth while trying to better understand their interaction in the system. For example, using data cubes to quantify the impact of climate extremes or El Niño on the land, atmosphere, but also the economy. We have also done different AI for EO challenges, for example, with the Frontier Development Lab, demonstrating new capability to quantify the effects of clouds on our climate or to detect floods and manage disasters. Another more recent exciting opportunity is to apply AI at the edge, bringing AI to space. A team at ESA is working on a small demonstrator experiment called FISAT-1, which is a small sat with a dedicated AI chip on board. This is an experiment to assess the value of AI in space. The satellite should be launched within the next few months to demonstrate the ability of doing smart sensors to recognize features like clouds in real time, thereby giving the satellites more autonomy.
What advice would you give to students and innovators watching this online course?
Today is really an exciting and unique time. We have easy access to huge amount of data, most of it open and free, access to state-of-the-art techniques such as AI, mainly through open software. This means that there is a unique opportunity for scientists, entrepreneurs, and innovators to work on things that matters for our planet and our future, things that we care about. There is an opportunity to do great science with this data, but also an opportunity to create the next big startups. AI and Earth observation is really a perfect match made in heaven, and applying it for good can have a major impact. So this MOOC is very important to raise awareness about these capabilities and opportunities. So after this course, I hope you can step back and take a long-term view, thinking a bit about what you want to do with your time, what you care about. Give yourself ambitious goals to tackle hard questions. Be open with your ideas and simply go for it.
Hrvatska putem europskih fondova kontinuirano ulaže u ravnomjerni razvoj Hrvatske kroz ulaganje u gospodarstvo i otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, te time osigurava bolju kvalitetu života i budućnost svih naših građana. Fondovi Europske unije donose nove poslovne prilike građanima i tvrtkama, te mijenjaju Hrvatsku nabolje. Izgradnjom poduzetničkih zona i usmjeravanjem EU sredstava u malo i srednje poduzetništvo povećavamo konkurentnost i otvaramo nova radna mjesta. Ulaganjem u znanstvena istraživanja, tehnološki razvoj i inovacije ostvaren je temelj za jačanje konkurentnosti i razvoj gospodarstva s visokom dodanom vrijednošću. Izgradnjom i opremanjem brojnih bolnica i domova zdravlja doprinosimo poboljšanju zdravstvene zaštite i skrbi svih naših građana. Poboljšanjem prometne povezanosti svih hrvatskih krajeva unapređujemo prometnu infrastrukturu, što povećava sigurnost u prometu i kvalitetu putničkog i robnog prometa. Europskim fondovima skrbimo za našu kulturnu i prirodnu baštinu, simbole našeg identiteta, kako bismo ih očuvali za buduće generacije. Osuvremenjujemo i obogaćujemo turističku ponudu kako bismo ju s ponosom predstavljali cijelom svijetu. Moderniziramo i proširujemo infrastrukturu za naše studente i gradimo društvo temeljeno na znanju u kojem će talentirani, inovativni i visoko obrazovani ljudi stvarati bolje sutra naše domovine. Ulaganjem u zdravu i kvalitetnu proizvodnju hrane potičemo rast hrvatske poljoprivrede. Uz pomoć fondova Europske unije osiguravamo bolji životni standard, čišći okoliš te cjelokupan razvoj ruralnih, obalnih i otočnih područja. Ulažemo u naše ljude kroz otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, poboljšavanje socijalnih usluga, bolje obrazovanje, razvoj društvenog poduzetništva i civilnog društva te tako osiguravamo kvalitetni život u Hrvatskoj. Ministarstvo regionalnog razvoja i fondova Europske unije uz pomoć EU fondova mijenja Hrvatsku.
In a world of live streaming, they know their job. Seek no more. Izvan fokusa. Slobodno im se javite na svim društvenim mrežama, telefonima ili kako god. Može?
Hrvatska putem europskih fondova kontinuirano ulaže u ravnomjerni razvoj Hrvatske kroz ulaganje u gospodarstvo i otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, te time osigurava bolju kvalitetu života i budućnost svih naših građana. Fondovi Europske unije donose nove poslovne prilike građanima i tvrtkama, te mijenjaju Hrvatsku nabolje. Izgradnjom poduzetničkih zona i usmjeravanjem EU sredstava u malo i srednje poduzetništvo povećavamo konkurentnost i otvaramo nova radna mjesta. Ulaganjem u znanstvena istraživanja, tehnološki razvoj i inovacije ostvaren je temelj za jačanje konkurentnosti i razvoj gospodarstva s visokom dodanom vrijednošću. Izgradnjom i opremanjem brojnih bolnica i domova zdravlja doprinosimo poboljšanju zdravstvene zaštite i skrbi svih naših građana. Poboljšanjem prometne povezanosti svih hrvatskih krajeva unapređujemo prometnu infrastrukturu, što povećava sigurnost u prometu i kvalitetu putničkog i robnog prometa. Europskim fondovima skrbimo za našu kulturnu i prirodnu baštinu, simbole našeg identiteta, kako bismo ih očuvali za buduće generacije. Osuvremenjujemo i obogaćujemo turističku ponudu kako bismo ju s ponosom predstavljali cijelom svijetu. Moderniziramo i proširujemo infrastrukturu za naše studente i gradimo društvo temeljeno na znanju u kojem će talentirani, inovativni i visoko obrazovani ljudi stvarati bolje sutra naše domovine. Ulaganjem u zdravu i kvalitetnu proizvodnju hrane potičemo rast hrvatske poljoprivrede. Uz pomoć fondova Europske unije osiguravamo bolji životni standard, čišći okoliš te cjelokupan razvoj ruralnih, obalnih i otočnih područja. Ulažemo u naše ljude kroz otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, poboljšavanje socijalnih usluga, bolje obrazovanje, razvoj društvenog poduzetništva i civilnog društva, te tako osiguravamo kvalitetni život u Hrvatskoj. Ministarstvo regionalnog razvoja i fondova Europske unije uz pomoć EU fondova mijenja Hrvatsku.
In a world of live streaming, they know their job. Seek no more. Izvan fokusa. Slobodno im se javite na svim društvenim mrežama, telefonima ili kako god. Može?
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at Leap Stage. It is important to mention that you can follow all the speakers on 3 different stages we have featured here on this year's Leap Summit 2021. So just follow the link on the official webpage of Leap Summit. We have the green stage, ideas and tech stage, and this one, Leap Stage. Right now, it's time to introduce our next speaker. So, he's made his first contact with tourism at the age of 16, working as an entertainer. In his career, he worked as an event manager and was the most read blogger of the Večernjak blogosphere, which led him to his entrepreneurial journey and opening a news portal, which today is the leading tourism business-to-business news portal in Croatia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the founder of HR Tourism.hr, leading tourism B2B news portal in Croatia. Here at the Leap Stage, it is Mr. Goran Rihelj.
Hello, my name is Goran Rihelj, and I'm here to tell you one story, how one email signature can change the perception and branding of one tourism destination. This is the story how to make positive change in our tourism. So, I was born in Zagreb, and it's capital city of Croatia, and 30 years ago I moved to the oldest city in Europe, the city where 2 Roman emperors were born, and the city where the oldest European calendar was found, calendar Orion. So, when I moved to the city of Vinkovci, eastern part of Croatia, Slavonia, I was blown away by the fact that nobody knows about this story. Not even the locals. So, nobody knew that Vinkovci was the oldest town in Europe, and that in Vinkovci was found the oldest calendar in Europe. So, at that time, nobody knew and recognized how Vinkovci has amazing history, brand, potential, and story. I decided to tell that story. So, how I started? I say Vinkovci can attract 1 million tourists a year because of the story of Orion calendar and the fact that Vinkovci is the oldest town in Europe. It's a strong statement, I know, but without a narrative and the story and solution how to get that goal that I said, 1 million tourists in 1 year, you must to tell the whole story, the whole picture, and of course solution. If it's just a story without a narrative, without how to implement all the things for the prime goal, then the story is just a story. There is no additional context and there is no magic. So, of course, at first I was alone. They called me a lunatic. They didn't believe me. But the story spread step by step. The most important thing is that you strongly believe in your story, especially at the start, of course, and that you have clear vision and narrative how to tell a story, how to focus the story, and who is the key people to talk about. Normally you need to offer some hope, but more important is solution how to get that goal. So how to make a quality research of that story is the main question. So step by step, post by post, article by article, person by person, and the story spread. The story started to talked about local people here in Vinkovci. After that, it was nationally news, and more national media was talking about. And then the locals, people start to accepting the story, to be proud of it. So after writing lots of blogs, posts on social medias, articles, news articles on my portal, I decided to, on my email signature, to put one little sentence on the end on the email. So the sentence was, "Greetings from the oldest city in Europe," and a link on my article about the story of Vinkovci. Normally, these greetings tell the story of identity, history, culture, and way of living, self-esteem, belonging, and last but not least, the huge potential, vision, and the future of the people of this nation in Vinkovci, city of Vinkovci. As I keep sending emails every day, the story spread. Interesting, I also had a different approach to communication and sales because I attract attention because of that only one small signature on the end of my email. Also, that greetings from the oldest city in Europe I use in my private and business communication on LinkedIn, Facebook, SMS, and all business and private communication with lots of apps. And basically everybody in Croatia knows me, Goran, from the oldest town in Europe. So this is the really small but really effective way how to communicate, and it's free. It's so simple. It's funny how just one signature of mail can make that some positive change. Imagine that all businesses in Vinkovci use that email signature every day. How many emails from Vinkovci are sent monthly or annually? Thousands and thousands of emails, and it's free advertising. And like we know in tourism business, everybody have interest of developing of tourism, how big or how small they are. And normally the point of tourism is to make positive or better quality of life of local people in destination. So in tourism, vertically and horizontally, everybody have interest because of the tourist spending in destination. Also, let me show you the Orion, the oldest calendar in Europe. This is a souvenir and a replica, of course. So this souvenir, I personally bought Orion as a souvenir. I gave them to my business partners, people in media with great media influence, people in tourism, Ministry of Tourism, and Croatian National Tourism Boards. And they all further spread the story because Orion is not just a souvenir. Orion is medium. He tells a story. Orion is put on the table on the offices, and it's everyday reminder of Vinkovci and that story. Also, when people come to the office and see that that Orion, people will ask, "What is this?" "Oh, this is Orion," and the story is continue. And then the people, the person who I give this souvenir is becoming ambassador and our storyteller, so the story continues to spread, of course. The most important thing is that the local population accept this story and to start living it. People here in Vinkovci are proud. Their identity with Orion and this narrative and story begin to be alive. Today, many companies, events, logos, even graffiti, use the fact that Vinkovci is the oldest city in Europe and that that in Vinkovci was found Orion, the oldest calendar in Europe. Also, two young boy and girl in Vinkovci create a local brand with souvenirs and with web shop, which was normally branded through the narrative of Vinkovci, the oldest town in Europe. Even people buy a car sticker and put them on their cars with slogan Vinkovci, the oldest town in Europe. And they are proud with that story. So that story is just spreading and spreading and spreading. Like you see, the Orion can be a building with 1, 2, 3, 5 or 10 stories, and there can be hotel, apartments, restaurants, cinema, whatever, and of course museum with great storytelling and great presentation of the calendar of Orion. The question is, what is the better motivation for travel and to arrive in Vinkovci than the cradle of European civilization? Because the Orion, the oldest European calendar, originates from the Vucedol culture, which is like the foundations of European civilization in Vukovar and Vinkovci. So my question is, how is that millions of tourists do not come to the cradle of European civilization? Or maybe why not Vinkovci can be a UNESCO site? If we don't ask or go in that way, we will never know. But I think that is definitely, the whole story is definitely must be UNESCO site. So this is the extension of the story, or next step. The foundations are strong, the story is alive, and now we have to make a quality product of that story. Because the story, if it's just a story and if it's not quality resource, then, like I said, there is no magic and there is no extensions of the story. What is the point of telling the story if it's not real, or you cannot see it on a site? So this museum or building of Orion can be astrological center, educational center, etc. But also can be a new landmark of Europe, new Eiffeltoren, so to speak, which would normally attract 1 million tourists in city and in all Slavonia. So, just one little email signature, normally with all these other activities, with no budget, was branding the Vinkovci nationally and even further, like oldest town in Europe and town where was found the Orion, the oldest calendar in Europe. The mantra of storytelling or philosophy is sell me a story, not a product. So storytelling is really effective tool, not even in tourism, but everything that surrounds us. For businesses, marketing, sales, especially, in the marketing, lots of brands don't use simple marketing like 20, 30 years ago. For example, a famous drink brand don't sell drinks. Sneakers factory doesn't sell sneakers, and biggest motor company doesn't sell motors. They all sell story. They communicate the story. They sell promise, emotions, experience, and they are storytellers. Why? Because storytelling is not only it's not only the way to talk about stories. It's set of set of storytelling skills that are universal, from the role of parents, for business, sales, education, and normally for tourism. So the answer of question is how to make a positive change in tourism is that you tell stories and use art of storytelling. For example, may I ask you one question? What do you remember most from your last trip? It's not hotel, it's not bad. I think it's some experiences that you always remember. At the end, thank you for your time. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you live today, but there is always a way to tell a story. So I hope that you enjoy this story and that you will become a storytellers and just talk stories, authentic are stories, and greetings from the oldest town in Europe. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here live at Leap Stage. It is the second day, and of course, before we move on, we have to mention a few key points. And number one is the official partner for Leap Summit 2021 is European Commission. Also, please share your favorable moments with the hashtag Leap 2021 on social media, and of course, follow for all the updates and information about Leap Summit on their official social network channels. And right now, of course, the Leap is all about entrepreneurship. The people who share this stage are the ones whose ideas shape the world today. And the next one, he's a global entrepreneur who advises world leaders, governments, and corporate executives on leadership, entrepreneurship, and market development. He is the chairman of the Global Entrepreneurship Network, which builds entrepreneurial ecosystems for economic development in 180 countries, and is the global chairman of Dream Tank, a worldwide youth problem-solving network. He has advised the White House, the United Nations, APAC, and similar organizations, and teaches leadership to CEOs on a global basis. Ladies and gentlemen, here with us at Leap Stage, we have the global serial entrepreneur and mentor, Mr. Jeff Hoffman.
Hi, this is Jeff Hoffman, and I'm going to talk to you today about achieving explosive growth in your small business. All of you are entrepreneurs. You're all trying to build and grow a business, and I'm going to share some tips with you, the things you have to get right in order to achieve that explosive growth. When certain companies take off and grow from small to big, all the rest of us try to figure out, what did they do that we didn't do? Why did their company grow so big? And so because of some of the companies I've been involved in, and because of studying so many other companies around the world and working with businesses that did scale and achieve growth, what I've done is made a list of some of the things that worked. And so here are some of the things you have to do if you want your business to grow from whatever size it is, from a smaller business into a much bigger business. So here's the first one. The first thing you need to do to achieve explosive exponential growth, not the long, slow growth, is to win a gold medal at one thing. And what I mean by that is so many business owners I talk to are trying to do too many things. They're trying to provide 4 different services. They're trying to create 5 different products. And the truth is that the companies that really grew did so. Now remember, I'm not talking about later in your life where you may want your business to do a lot of things. I'm talking about how you grow. So this is from the growth period, from small to big. The way those companies grew is that they did not try to sell 3 or 4 different things or provide every service to every customer. They picked the product or service that they believed that they could win a gold medal in, the thing that you think that you can be best at in your field, and they focused on that. So let me give you a couple of examples. Early on, for 7 years, Amazon only sold books. I used to talk to Jeff Bezos back in those early days, and what he said was, I'm going to be the best darn bookseller There is. And so they only sold books. Another company that some of you might know is called Zappos.com. Early on, Zappos only sold shoes. So these companies picked the product that they thought they could win a gold medal in, they could be best at, and they stayed focused on that. Companies that I was part of, like Priceline.com, Booking.com, the company didn't sell luggage. The company didn't sell travel insurance or vacation. The company sold hotel rooms. Let's pick the product we can win a gold medal at. And today, the company is the world's largest seller of hotel rooms. So become the best darn something that you can be. Stop companies that have 4 products or 4 services. You're splitting your marketing dollars, your time, your attention, your people 4 ways. And imagine if you took all of your money, all of your time, and all of your people and just put them on one thing. Let's just all sell books. How much better you'd do if you focus on that. So that's your first tip. Win a gold medal at one thing. Sometimes when companies say, what's the first thing I need to do to grow? Is I tell them you need to shrink first and stop selling those other 3 services. Pick the one you're best at and let's go from there. Second, I want you to think about a brand. And a brand is what the world recognizes you as, how the world sees you, how they remember you, how people in conversations that you weren't even in are talking about you. And so the most important thing there is to figure out what your brand asset is. And let me explain what a brand asset is. The brand asset is the one, let's be clear, one single most important reason anybody should do business with you. It's the one thing that distinguishes you the most from anybody in the marketplace. And a brand asset should be, or brand promise, it should be 3 things. It should be distinguishing, it should be memorable, and it should be powerful. So let me explain each of those 3 things. Distinguishing means that this thing about you is the thing that makes you different and better than all your customers. So if I were to ask you guys that question, what is the one thing that distinguishes you most from all the rest of your competitors? What would that thing be? That's the thing that you need to write down. Memorable is important. You need to be able to explain it. I'll give you an example in a minute. You need to be able to explain it in a really simple way that people will remember it and are able to share it and tell other people in the marketplace who you are and what you're about. And the last one is powerful. It needs to be something that people care about. A brand asset, a brand differentiator. So in our company early on, for example, in the company Priceline.com, Priceline's thing was it was the name your own price company. You could make an offer on an empty hotel room. Who could do that? That was the most distinguishing part. You didn't just buy a hotel room. You made an offer on an empty hotel room. So when the company said, how would you like to name your own price? That was distinguishing, right? Because no place else did that. It was memorable because it was the name your own price company, and it was powerful because people did care about the price of the hotel room. So find your brand asset, find the one most distinguishing thing about you, and that's the horse you're going to ride in the race. Stop trying to tell people 12 different reasons they should come do business with you. Give them the one that you're best at, the most important thing there. Next, I want you to stop trying to sell everything to everybody. So often, when I ask business owners, I say to them, who will buy your product? And they tell me everybody. Who will use your service? Everybody. Everybody should come here. But the truth is, you don't have the marketing budget for everybody. So quit trying to sell to everybody. And I know that that's tempting because you want everybody to come in. But again, what we're talking about today is explosive growth. And what we did was we studied the companies whose growth really took off, who went from small to big. And here's one of the things we noticed, that they didn't try to sell to everybody. What they tried to figure out was something I like to call the second slide customer. And let me explain what that means. That's just my thing, not a real thing. The second slide came because I was on a marketing trip, a marketing meeting, a sales meeting with my salesperson. And I went with him to see how he did sales. And he had a PowerPoint that was 20 slides long that explained to a customer why they should buy from us. He was trying to close a sale. And the first customer that he went to listened to all 20 slides, took notes, and said, wow, I love your company and your products. I'm really interested. I'll get back to you. And my salesperson said, see, he likes us. He likes our product. He's interested. He'll get back to us. But then we went to our second meeting. And in the second meeting, I want to tell you guys what happened. He was on the second slide. Remember, he had a 20-slide PowerPoint. On the second slide, the woman, the customer, said, oh my gosh, where have you been all my life? I've been looking all over for a product like this. I'll take it. And my salesperson started to continue. And I said, okay, she already said yes. She already bought. You don't have to show her any more slides. And so when we left, a thought occurred to me. Your job as a company is to find all the second slide customers. Who are the people? What I don't want you to do is spend your time trying to convince people to buy your product when somewhere out there is somebody that's going to meet you, your company, your product, your service, and they're going to say, oh my God, where have you been all my life? I've been looking everywhere for someone like you. I'll take it. Okay? Every business has people that love you. People that love your product, people that don't want to go anywhere else but to you. So your job is not to convince the people that don't really want to buy your product to buy from you. Your job is to go find the people that absolutely want to buy your product. I'm going to tell you how you do that. You find these second slide customers by focusing on the people that love you now, the people that talk about you, that buy your product, that wouldn't go anywhere else. Study them and start to understand what's similar about them so you can build a profile, a set of questions to ask people that next time you're chatting with somebody and in 5 minutes you can say, oh, she's going to buy from me. She's going to love me. Why? Because you know what your perfect customer looks like. Next point in how to achieve explosive growth is I'm going to tell you something about operations. And I call this the sell more flowers technique. And what I've noticed was the companies that grew the fastest were the companies that were really focused on operational efficiency. What does operational efficiency mean? It means that you don't waste time doing things that don't make your business grow. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you stay focused on those things? And I'm going to share a lesson with you and give you something to do that I learned from a guy that used to have one little flower shop. So that was his business. And when I met him years later, he'd become the single largest seller of flowers in the country. And I said, how did you go from having one little flower shop to being the biggest? How did you grow so explosively? And he said, why don't you come to my office and I'll show you how we're so focused on efficiency that we grew fast because we don't waste our time doing anything that doesn't help us grow. So here's the first thing he showed me. On the wall of his company, they sell flowers. He had written in giant letters, sell more flowers. So that's the first thing I'm going to tell you to do. Figure out what the fundamental thing that you do is and write it on the wall. If you were in the business of running hair salons, then the fundamental thing you do is book a stylist, right? Book a cut. Somebody needs to sign up and say, I want you to do my hair. Book a hair customer. That's it. So he wrote sell more flowers on the wall. But then he does an interesting thing. He goes around to his employees and he asks them in the middle of the day, what are you doing right now? And they answer him. And he says, how is that going to help us sell more flowers? And the employee either can explain how the work they are doing right now helps the company achieve its goal that's written on the wall, sell more flowers, or if they can't answer that, he says to them, put that down and go find something else to do. So my challenge to you is write on the wall why you're in business, sell more haircuts. And then every day ask yourself, what am I doing right now? Ask everybody that works in your office, in your salon, what are you doing right now? And how is that going to help us sell more flowers? How is that going to help us book more haircuts? And if you don't know the answer, stop doing that. And if you do know the answer, do more of that. And the reason to write that on the wall is so every day, during the day, your people are looking around and saying, what could I do to help us sell more haircuts today, more flowers today? So that is a focus on being really efficient, on just doing things at work that help your business grow and not wasting time on things that don't grow your business. I just want to cover one more area today. A last piece in how to achieve explosive growth. And that is all about team and talent. The most valuable, a lot of time, resource in the world is not money. It's not financial capital, it's human capital. It's not money, it's talent. And a lot of times when I'm talking to small businesses and they're talking about growing, they say, Jeff, I can't grow because I need more money, more funding. But I got to tell you guys something. The key to success and growth is not money, it's talent. Giving a lot of money, let's say you got an investor to give you money, giving a lot of money to a company who has average employees does not make a successful company. But giving even a little bit of money to a company that has amazing people find a way to do amazing things even with a little bit of money. So spend less of your time running your business all the time and start scheduling time to go find absolutely amazing people. You should be surrounded by people that are smarter than you, people that are better than you, right? I didn't start to grow until I realized that I need to go find people better than me and people smarter than me, and I need to go get them. And the most talented people in your industry, those people don't wander into your shop. They don't wander into your office or your salon and say, please hire me. Those people are already working somewhere. They don't need a job. So how do you find the most talented people? You got to go find them. You got to do some work. I used to schedule 1 or 2 days a month where I would not be in the office because I was going to go drive around to places where I could meet and find some of these talented people and try to talk them into coming to work for me. Talent is critical. Spend less time running the business and more time finding smart people, talented people to work for you and to run it for you. As a matter of fact, that is why culture is really important. Culture is all about what it's like to work for you. You need to think about, well, let me put it to you this way. When I would interview people, my team would come out and they'd be chatting with someone over coffee before we even formally interviewed them. And you know what they'd do? They would shake their head and they'd go, nah, we don't even need to interview this guy. He's not one of us. Or they'd do the opposite. They'd be having coffee with a girl we were bringing in that day. I remember this day. And they're like, just hire her, Jeff. I was like, you guys didn't interview her. And they said, she's totally one of us. So my question to you is, what does one of us mean? What kind of people do you want working for you? What kind of company do you want to run? That only happens when you take the time to define your values and your culture, and you write those things on the wall. So, for example, one of the things that was written on my wall was dignity and respect. The culture of my company is we treat all human beings with the same dignity and respect, no matter what their title is, their position in life, their financial condition. It doesn't matter. That's written on the wall at my company. So you know what happens? I only hire people that I know will treat everybody with the same dignity and respect, regardless of who they are. That's my culture. That's my values. It's written on the wall. If you don't believe that, you don't work here. That is part of hunting for talent, is hiring to culture. And part of creating culture is making sure your values are written on your wall so people that come to work for you understand what you believe in and your customers do. That's how I got talented people to work for me, because they wanted to work in a place like that as well. So let me just review very quickly. I gave you a handful of pointers for how to make a small business grow big. First, I told you to win a gold medal at one thing. Stop trying to sell everything to everybody. Pick the product or service that you can be known for and put all your effort on that thing that you're really a gold medal winner at. Second, I told you to build your brand, which is around a brand asset, which is around your brand promise. And what that means is to find something that differentiates you from your customers and market around your point of differentiation heavily so people remember why they should come to you and you don't sound like everybody else in the market. I told you about a second slide customer. And what I meant was figure out why some people love your business and why they don't by interviewing the people that love you and making notes of the traits about those kind of people so that you'll get better at spotting customers who are going to love you right away and quit wasting your time trying to talk people into liking you when there's somebody already out there that's looking for you. Next, I said sell more flowers, which is right on the wall, what you want people to achieve every day, sell more haircuts, whatever it is, and constantly be asking yourself, are we spending our time on things that are going to make this business grow? And then lastly, we close by saying that talent is everything. You need to schedule some of your time to stop running your business and to go around and find really talented people and spend your time talking them into working for you by focusing as well on a culture, by building a workplace that amazing people who could work anywhere they work, they all want to come work for you. So again, I'm Jeff Hoffman. My email is jeff@jeffhoffman.com. And I wish you all amazing success in growing your businesses to as large as you want them to be. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
Hi everybody, one more time from the Leap stage to all of you who are viewing this live stream from your smartphone or your laptops. It is of course the second day of the Leap Summit 2021, and right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the final speaker of the day. It is an honor and a privilege to introduce our next speaker. She is the last, but definitely not the least, here today. She is looking at public communication through the synergic matrix of power for creating images within the manipulation, the triangle between person, media, and the public. She has focused her communication research on the political communication, impact theory, and impression management behind communication and metaphor within public language. She has bachelor's degree in German and Russian languages, master's degree in European studies, and PhD in linguistic and communication. Ladies and gentlemen, for the final speaker here at Leap Stage, please give a warm welcome for assistant professor at the Verne University in Zagreb, Miss Nikolina Borčić.
Okay, first of all, greetings to you. I'm really glad to be today with you and to have opportunity to talk about pandemic. I'm sure you are already missing that topic. I'm kidding, of course, but I will today talk about image design of states in pandemic discourse. My name is Nikolina Borčić and I'm from University Verne. So, but before we start with pandemic, let me read you one fairy tale first. Once upon a time, one nation lived in one state. The people trusted the state, listened to and followed its decisions. They expected the state to take care of their lives and well-being. But then came the flood. This was not so unexpected. Floods were announced, signs were visible everywhere. But no one did anything to prevent it. The flood brought another world, victims, scapegoat, hero, and a trickster. Someone is a hero to someone and a trickster to someone else. The other world has brought suffering to some and opportunity to others. These others learn that the state should be respected, but also the good mother. Mother Earth, Mother Nature. Because during the flood, one thing became clear to them. The state is sometimes a hero and sometimes a trickster. And a good mother always gives us a chance, no matter how we treat her. So, the key ingredients of my fairy tale are the flood, the hero, the victim, the scapegoat, the trickster, and the other world. And no, this is not a bedtime story. That are master myths according to Jack Lal. In his book, Daily News, Eternal Stories, The Mythological Role of Journalism, Jack Lal recognized 7 master myths that are behind every news, no matter the medium and no matter country's historical, political, or social context. According to Lal, master myths are archetypal figure that are actually pattern model of our life because they are taken from and shaped by our common experience. So that means that behind every communication we have, there is also one master myth. So let's talk about myths first. Myth is a story or narrative that aims to explain origin of something. And there is always a hero, a victim, a scapegoat, or another world. No matter what is a topic or who is talking, you or a president. But regardless of what culture we are all born into, we all have more or less the same notion about hero, trickster, and, for example, a good mother. But the most important thing I would say here is to say that master myths are on our cognitive level, in our thoughts, that are frames through which we communicate our thoughts, but using words, symbols, visuals, or photographs. So, and when I say, for example, when we see news as a story in which mythical structure is used, that doesn't mean that some specific myth is really written in that sentence. But, for example, when we are talking about employees in restaurants, they have no place to work during pandemic, we never say they are scapegoats, but actually we all know they are scapegoats. So they were sacrificed to save our situation. And also the image of our states is shaped or built on the myth behind informations. That means that behind every information, behind every communication is a story. Consciously or unconsciously, we create it. And then some details in sentence, in text, in photographs, in visuals, evoke some emotion or association in perception in his head, her head. And no matter how hard I try to anchor my desired image, you will get or make your puzzle. And I would just say that you have to be very carefully when you post something, for example, on Instagram, because devil is always in details. So, once we move beyond seeing media content as a transparent representation of the world, we need to consider how media mediate the world. How? By choice of the narrative. And choice of narrative always happens on our cognitive level. And consciously or unconsciously, and sometimes maybe really on purpose, we use some specific words, some specific verbs, adjectives, or parts of images, symbols, and so on. I will later show you an example. So, that means that media is both structuring and structured. And how we actually understand some information or some media texts depends always on how they are presented, but also depends on our experience. And depending on the information we, for example, read or heard, we shape our opinion. And here is also important to say that communication patterns in our echo chamber world changed. focus is no longer on information, but of course on stories with most compelling narratives. That means that our attention is, I would say, the most expensive tool we have in our life. And they sell us stories, myths. And we can, by analyzing that myths, maybe we could better understand other people. And the starting point here is that master myths are universal. No matter country, language, culture, everybody understands and everybody has a notion about, as we already said, hero or trickster. So, not only our everyday life, but also the image of our countries are shaped by pandemic discourse. And what becomes actually nowadays evident is that this pandemic discourse is a new world championship. And that means championship in which nations compete to see who will be better, who will be more human, who will be the first to get enough vaccines, or maybe who will motivate all citizens to vaccinate. So which topics are today the most used tools or weapons in image design? No matter if you do design of countries or whatever. That are numbers, vaccine, and rules of protection on the geopolitical level. What does that mean? Now we only talk by using numbers. Numbers of sick and dead peoples. And numbers today are metaphors for security, for politicians or political decisions, and for obedient or disobedient people. And I would say numbers are also a rhetorical tool that influence our attitudes about the state. That means that, and actually numbers are otherwise a great tool when you want to influence someone through communication. People doesn't question numbers, people believe numbers. So, and what happens also within pandemic is that fusion between numbers as metaphor and a traffic light. That means in another country, our country is in green, yellow or red. Therefore, we all, citizens of that country, are also treated at the same way. So some can move freely immediately, and some are first detained for a few days. So if we, for example, decide today to visit Austria, we as a Croatian will be detained first for 10 days because Croatia is in red, and accordingly will stay few time in red. So before the crisis, the images of our countries were directly related to the geographical beauty, history, political and economic situation. And now everything, but everything revolves around a crisis. Therefore, we can say that discussion or connection between the state and nations narrative and corona crisis are essential image tool. And the essential frame is security frame. Within that frame live hero, trickster, good mother, scapegoat, victims, flood, another world, and enemy of all enemies, COVID-19. And the only thing that matters is security and trust in the system. So I would say that COVID-19 and talks about COVID-19 are the most used weapon in a soft power weapon now. So why? Because uncontrollable challenges bring with them an emotional tricky language. And it is not uncommon for public to talk about them through words from field of weather disaster or war. We had, for example, 2015 migrant crisis, and we, for example, used words like a flood of migrants, uncontrolled wave of migrants. These words evoke pictures. These words are vivid, and we could say, or we could say that they have a faster impact, maybe, on your opinion. Now, today, within pandemic, we have COVID-19 as a war enemy, or even as an import-export good. We also have vaccine as a hero, or vaccine as a trickster. We have politicians as heroes or tricksters. So I would say that Lao's master myth typology provides us really interesting tool to analyze images during that time, because soon we will have maybe new geopolitical story about our country and our countries. And how can we do that? First, we analyze words, symbols, visuals used in, for example, our or your COVID story, and then put that puzzle in picture of master myth. And as I said before, pandemic discourse uses personification, COVID as a person, and reification, COVID as an import-export good. And both language tools are specific, vivid in our heads. That means they evoke fast images. And how does it look on the practical level? Here are some examples used by Croatian media, how words are used, personification or reification that evoke images. So, concrete. We all talk about COVID-19 in form of person, an enemy, evoked by our politicians, who are heroes, good mothers, or trickster. It depends on the results, of course, they have or they present. In that story, someone is victim and someone is a scapegoat, as you can see. So you can also see examples like Chinese virus and foreign virus. I think I don't have to quote the politician who maybe said, I don't know, 1,000 times words this metaphor Chinese virus. So, in the end, or finally, let me read you a short story on the Croatian experience with COVID. From begin, I wrote this story based on frames, information, attitudes I found in media, or I found in media stated, for example, by politicians, or based on photographs and so on. That story could be one day a story about our image on geopolitical level. And I will not reveal to you who in this story actually is a hero and who is a trickster, and who in the end remained or became a victim or a scapegoat. I leave that riddle to you and your perception. So let's go with my story. I have to read it. On the 1st April 2020 was the most significant jump in the number of new cases, 96, in Croatia since the pandemic. The streets were almost deserted. The terraces of coffee bars and restaurants were empty. Some unusual silence was in Zagreb city center on that day. My small country and stay-home flavor of life, self-isolation, physical distancing, fear of others, discipline par excellence. April Fool's Day stayed for some jokes. That, the 1st of April, no one was joking. We looked frozen towards Italy, or God forbid, the beds in Zagreb Arena, our concert hall before COVID. The collective mantra, I know people who know people, or our colloquial phrase for "I will fix it for you," was losing its force in those days. We were all in the same problem. We don't know what stage of the game we are in. We don't know if we are at the end of the first or second half of this game. If necessary, we will play with extra time. There must be no concession, said at that day Minister of Health Willy Beroš, a key member of our civil protection headquarters. At that time, he was a new minister who immediately becomes a national hero. He was the first politician we all trusted and looked upon as the Messiah. He and his members of the civil protection headquarters. One of the most used hashtags at that time was "My friend Willy." On the 10th of July was the most significant jump in the number of new cases, 116, in Croatia since the pandemic. 5 days after the parliamentary elections, everything works. Streets were full of people. People were drinking coffees on the sunny terraces. The center of capital city was full of people. Remain responsible was written everywhere in media as a reminder of the flavor of life of that time. Remain responsible was not always true for everyone, especially after photos of the most influential politicians celebrating the election results. We return to the "I know people who know people" way of life. In mid-October 2020, we exceeded the number 1,100 newly infected per day. From media narratives of nation of superheroes, and we won the fight against the corona, that was said few weeks before election, we came to the stage we will find the best solution to the new situation. As for strategy to combat COVID-19, we first had a hammer and dance, and then calculated risk. As time goes on, politicians try to apply a certain balance between crisis management and the nation's survival, both on health or economic level. Today, a month or two before the tourist season, we look at as the Messiah, the situation is slowly calming down. By the way, that minister from the beginning of the story is no more national hero. There is even talk of his resignation. Our state is still red on the traffic light in some country because of the numbers. But day by day, more and more of us got the vaccine. The vaccination of tourist employees also started, which was reported by most foreign media. We hope for the best. And in the end, in which story we will remain trapped and who will retain the label of the hero, and whatever we as individuals will show responsibility will be shown by time. And finally, I will quote Nikola Tesla. "Let the future tell the truth. Evaluate each man according to his work and merits. The present is theirs, but the future is mine, for which I worked so hard," said Nikola Tesla, talking about his inventions and merits. Once upon a time, Nikola Tesla brought light into our life. So in line with that, let me finish this talk with "Let the light be with us." Thank you for your attention.
Learn, engage, act, and progress. I hope these 4 pillars of success has been valuable to you during this 2 days and for the rest of the year. Until we meet again, ladies and gentlemen, in 2022. This year's LEAP Summit was via live stream because of the current pandemic situation, and we also hope that next year we'll be all here in a big hall sharing our favorite moments together. I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank the official LEAP Summit partner, European Commission. I want to thank all of you for watching you at home, and of course all the speakers who generously shared their ideas, who are truly are change makers, and their ideas shape the world today. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, my name is Alec. Thank you all, and I hope you have a nice rest of the year, and see you all again next year here in 2022, Zagreb, Croatia. Thank you so much.